Okay. Oh my god. Bow, 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 bow. As per usual, just give me a couple seconds to figure out if we're streaming or not. Cause you know, sometimes we aren't, and that shit's embarrassing. Yeah, that's right. Swearing already, and only 30 seconds in. Well, technically 20. Yeah, that's right. I'm a rebel. Yeah, we should be good. I trust us. Plus, I see that the stream's actually working, so it should be good. Squeaky chair now. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to Stories: The Path of Destinies. We're
The
going to be
clouds
continuing.
parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Bernardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Bernardo had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Why is there a key on this one? Is that because this is locked, and I'm guessing... That's confusing. Let's you find the temple. The rebellion is at a time in Reynardo. Need a game changer. Blah 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 blah. Find the Iblis zone. Mysterious temple has risen out of the desert. Emperor has sent his ravens to search for Iblis stone.
The island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters.
The Iblis stone. It would whisper promises in his ear, offer him power for blood. But this time, Bernardo was sure he could master it.
And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting.
Yeah, I don't think that's the
Every
plan.
child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple? Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now? Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals? Ooh, a workbench. Did he have any jewels he hadn't tried out? He had.
Increase your attack speed by 15, and everything else is fully leveled up.
What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul. Oh, you got so delicious looking eyeballs! Called the lead raven. Thank you, I think, said Renaro. It never hurt to be polite.
my goodness.
Oops. Tornado.
Oh my god.
The ravens.
Oh, damn.
Already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a
That
way
was on
in.
accident.
Good.
Hell yeah.
And he hadn't come too late.
Let's see, what do I want?
Every day he's
do
getting
sword
better
magic.
and better.
Oh, we have a bunch of skill points, okay. Thank you.
Can I borrow that?
Hell yeah. Whew.
Ice walls only let you through if they knew you were cool.
You already said a joke like that. Harumph. So we can go that way. Boo boo boo. Open sesame, please.
He hadn't noticed that path before.
I think we did, but okay. You read this, right? Yeah, find the stone.
Kill the rebel! Caught one, Raven. Eat the rebel! Caught another. Hey, is that a word for a lot of ravens? Like a doofus of ravens?
Oops.
This chest contained blank passports from 15 countries. And
Attack
something
speed,
useful.
yeah. There, all these are upgraded. Level 3, level 3, level 3, yay! I'll
There
keep what I
had to be
currently
some
have.
way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people. I'm sorry. Was that your shield?
Yeah.
This could be the new aerobics trains. Am I right? The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Yas.
There was an inscription. Praise the sun.
Boo-hoo. I see what you did there. How dare you. What's up?
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager, thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once, and he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him. Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. "It's the core," said the stone anxiously. But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Let's see. Blood of Death for Iblis. The Iblis Stone is promised great power in exchange for the blood of Zenobia, who was once close to Bernardo. But she was also the Emperor's only daughter and greatest general. If it meant gaining enough power to turn the tide of war and even defeat the Emperor, it might be worth a sacrifice. A clever plan to use the gem. The Iblis Stone, it promised great power, but Bernardo knew that its power came at a cost. He had thought of a clever way to have its power without its evil, but Renault's clever plans did have a tendency to backfire. Let's go full murder.
Why was he listening to a talking rock? Ah, but the rock had a point. If the stone could truly turn him into a powerful warrior, he could defeat the Emperor with the very weapon the wicked old Toad had sought for himself. To be a hero, you had to sacrifice old friends sometimes, especially when they've become enemies. As he placed the impossibly black crystal in his gauntlet, Bernardo had a sudden vision. Charred fields covered in dead ravens below a black sun. Was it the time of the lost gods, before the transcendent emperor? Was it the future? Feed these souls, it whispered. Take the power. He could feel the stone's hunger for souls, its thirst for blood. All right, I get it. This was going to be interesting.
Feed Zenobia to the Iblis Stone. There's a way back there. And over here. I don't think, if I remember correctly, last time we didn't go through here.
Snack time, boys! Go on the lead, Raven.
Ooh, so that's how it works. Okay.
This was the nice part of town, but the ravens had been through here. They like to take shiny things home to their nests. So close to you. The ravens on Zenobia's island were no match for Bernardo. They screamed as the stones sucked out their souls. And with each death, he felt stronger. Take the power. The stone told him.
What do you think I'm doing? God.
You couldn't hack this kind of firewall. You had to warm it up to you.
Boo. Boo. Bad joke.
quite enough, thought Renato. He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he? Gogglers. Renato hated gogglers. It was almost impossible to sneak past them. If one didn't spot you, another one would. When I build my castle, thought Renato, all my gates are going to open with buttons, and all the levers will drop rocks at your head.
Ooh, this is weird. This time she's waiting down there.
Zenobia was waiting for Renato. She was alone, confident as always. Fire danced at the tips of her claws.
Are you here to surrender? She seemed as cocksure as he felt. But she didn't know he had the stone. And I've missed you too, love. He chuckled.
She spotted the stone and bolted without another word.
She didn't even say hi. How could she?
Maybe I should follow my nose, thought Renato.
Come on, I'm trying to get to 60. Unreal treasures. Look for fabulous treasures in 25 epic chests. Ooh. Dear Zenobia, as you read this letter, you are locked in your chambers ready to spend your last night before... Well, you know, I will not apologize. I know you are too proud to forgive me. I also know you won't resist reading, though, and you are a cat. As much I have tried to educate you like a proper toad, I swear to you, and you have to believe me that I did not plan all this when I adopted you. You have always been my special little kitten. That is why I'm writing this now. Weeks in advance, I know I will not have the heart to do it the night of the sacrifice. If I think of you as my daughter, then I may change my mind. You must think I am selfish, and yes, I am a selfish, sad little toad that is afraid to die. But what I am doing will ultimately serve the greater good. I want the power, I want it all, and so I will keep my subjects content, peace for eternity. Even if you hate me now, you can still respect that. You have to. It is the only way I can forgive myself for doing this to you. I will miss you for eternity. Tomorrow, try not to make a scene. Everyone will be watching. Still with love, Father. Damn. Well, now it isn't just her dad that wants her dead. It's her ex-boyfriend. Yes, I got it. I don't have to worry about that anymore.
Finally, Renato caught up to her. He had never seen her scared before. At school, she'd been the determined, brave one. Now her eyes were wide, frightened. He didn't like seeing her this way. "Kill her," whispered the stone. "You cannot win your rebellion without it." "Please." "No," said Zenobia. "Not that way." Oh, they had been so close once. Could he really feed her soul to his demonic gem? But if he spared her, he would not get the full power of the stone. Oh, how could he be the hero he wanted to be?
Let's see. Feed her to the stone, the Iblis stone. It promised great power in exchange for the blood of Zenobia. Isn't it why he came here? Killing Zenobia would give him the power to take the fight to the enemy. Spared Zenobia. The Iblis stone, it had promised great power in exchange for the blood of Zenobia. Now that she was at his mercy, could Renato really kill her? They had been close once in their youth. He could spare Zenobia, but he doubted she would just throw herself in his arms. Kill her!
With his wrist, he slashed Zenobia's throat.
Oh my god.
Her eyes widened even more. And then the light went out of them. Renato felt amazing. Power was rushing into him like water from a burst dam. Oh, such brilliance, exulted the Iblis stone. Tasty. He felt a bit bad about killing her. He was pretty sure she still loved him. But needs must when the devil drives. Renato returned to the Farfarer and set a course for the Nexus. The Empire had a communication outpost there. He could call the Emperor directly. It was time to seize the outpost and let the Emperor know what he had done.
Oh my god. Bring
the
it.
Nexus was beautiful. He never realized how beautiful. Everything glowed. The wind was so sweet. The sun so soft. The stones so warm. The black raven feathers. Black feathers. Suddenly, his eyes are filled with them. He's falling through smoke under a dead sun. A voice calls him home. Is this a vision? Whose? Is this the time of the lost gods? Or the future? No matter. What mattered now was killing his way to the Imperial outpost and challenging the Emperor from there.
Kill all the ravens.
Okay, let's make this quick. I'm on my break in literally 2 minutes.
Tee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Yes, give me the ore.
Silent type.
So it's this way, I can't remember. Did we ever go this way? slowly.
In this chest, there were woodcuts of amazingly beautiful vixens wearing no clothes at all. And something more useful.
Up ahead was Lapino. What was he doing here? Bernardo! Hey, buddy! Hey there, old buddy! Please don't kill me! Why would I kill you? Asked Bernardo, although he had been thinking about it. Well, you've become... no, I mean, no disrespect at all here. Kind of evil? Maybe you should, I don't know, go to the mountains to have a think? See if maybe you're sure the stone is not all that healthy a thing to keep? I suppose you wanted, Bernardo said, and poked Lapino in the chest for emphasis. Oh, had he just killed Lapino? Oh, damn it.
Oh no, not the traitor.
There was an engraving. Maximum capacity, 130 people.
Oh, that's good to know. Come on. Imperfect, how dare you.
Renato rampaged through the Imperial outpost like a water buffalo rampaging. At the last moment, he remembered not to kill the Farspeaker Toad. After all, he wanted a word with the Emperor. But there was only silence. The Emperor was scared, like little girl. Well, he would gather the rebel army and slaughter the Imperial fleet. Yes! Applauded the Iblistone. Tremendous. Then the Emperor would have to answer his Farspeaker, wouldn't he? Who are you? Asked a distant voice that sounded uncomfortably like Zenobia. What have you become? The mountains. Go to the mountains, urged another that sounded a bit like Lapino.
This is a distant voices. Renardo has become an amazing warrior, all thanks to the Iblis Stone. But then there was these distant voices. Maybe he should listen to the voices and go to the mountains. Time to fight. Renardo has become an amazing warrior, all thanks to Iblis Stone. But then there were these distant voices. Voices or no voices, he had a job to do, a rebellion to lead, a war to win. Yes, he had to go to the rebel base and rally everyone. This one.
Renato called the rebel council to let them know to gather their forces. Then he killed the Farspeaker Toad. Why? Oh, because to make sure his sword was sharp. Oh no, that's awful. So no one else could use it. Yes, that's it. Then he set off for the ruins and the secret rebel base.
Boreas discovered. Let's see what's out there. It's found on every island.
The ruins were crawling with ravens. Probably looking for the secret base, Renato thought. But then he realized they're probably looking for me. They must be very scared of me. Well, here I am. You are the honest warrior ever, whispered the Iblistone. And he had to agree with it, for once. Who was as good as Renato?
Yes, give me the ore.
Building these platforms was so expensive, they'd run out of budget for guardrails.
Really? Goddamn. Which way do we go? That way leads somewhere. There's stuff over here too, though.
I wonder what happens if I go that way.
Let's see. Let's see. More stamina. Stamina! Dash through shield. Ooh.
Haven't you always wanted to do that?
What's this way?
Urge the stone. Let me make you Emperor. Come to think of it, Renato thought as he put down another raven, why shouldn't I be Emperor? How did anybody get to be Emperor anyway? By making war. I'm not counting the transcendent Emperor, obviously, who had banished the lost gods and started time. Yes, he should be Emperor. He would make a great Emperor. Right, Stone? Oh, right, boss.
Right, boss? I don't know why, but I have the feeling this thing is evil. I don't have the proof for it, though.
Hey, how do you tell if someone's far away or just really small? The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good. Renato strode into the council. Let's do this thing. Let's make me emperor. They looked confused and nervous. Ah, had he mentioned the emperor thing? Yeah, he meant to bring that up later. I mean, let's go win this rebellion. He waved his sword around encouragingly. They ran. Cowards. He'd stop them. He cut down a few to inspire the others. But soon, there was no one to cut down. Well then, he'd have to attack the fleet alone. More for me, he said. Unless it was the stone that said it. Traitors. Traitors, all of them. They'd run rather than following him, rather than cheering him. What should he do to the cowards? Anything he wanted to. After all, he was a true hero, the best warrior there ever was. No one could stop him now. But first, finish him. The Emperor, that is.
Oh, damn.
Where was the rebel fleet? They weren't even trying an assault. They were going to miss a day in history. The downfall of this dynasty, and a new one to take its place. He didn't have to kill all the ravens. He could enslave them, and enslave the toads too. All the animals would worship him as a god, for he had once been a god. They would willingly give him their blood and their souls. And the world would change, would become familiar again.
Uh-oh.
The portal led right into the middle of the fleet, with a glaring weakness in the defense.
Ooh, wait.
Take a leap of faith, said the inscription. You never knew where the road would take you, thought Reynardo.
Fight, protect, succeed. Never forget what you are fighting for. The Empire brings peace, prosperity, and stability to the islands. Before my grandfather brought unity, it was each animal for himself. The strong would eat the weak. That was the only law. The rebels would destroy our great empire. They spread lies about justice and equality and pretend that power can be shared. But justice and equality can only be achieved through an iron hand. To harshly punish crime until there is no more crime. To control everyone's wealth until there is no more greed. To crush every voice of dissent until there is harmony. These principles are the pillars that have set for our empire. I have set for our empire. The alternative is to return to Barbary. You must fight for our empire. You must protect its values. You are the first and last line of defense against darkness. You cannot fail. Fight, protect, succeed. Emperor Isgrim III. War Manifesto. No. Well, that was a detour. Okay.
What are you guys dressed up as for Halloween? Just wondering. Reynardo was glowing with dark power. Already the sun had dimmed. He could do anything, he realized. He could wrap the island safely in smoke again. He was beyond a hero. He was going to become a god again. How odd, he thought, that the Iblis Stone had nothing to say about any of this. Well, no matter. Once he killed this petty toad emperor, he would bring back the Black Sun. Soon he'd confront the Emperor. Again. This time, he'd make an end of it. He'd screwed up last time, but he had a good feeling about this time.
ha ha ha.
He found the Emperor and the Council huddling by his ship, plotting. They saw him and cowered before him.
Back to hell, fiend.
Croaked the Emperor desperately.
In the name of the Transcendent Emperor!
Croaked the Speaker. They held some arcane items he didn't recognize. He simply flexed his will and sucked their souls out of their bodies. And Iblis exulted. It is finished. And the void that had been a mere stone on a sword expanded. It stretched and ripped like a vast womb. And a gaze black and pitiless as the sun passed through the void into the land. And so time ended.
Oh, again?
But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
New story completed. Story number 12, The Awakening. What kind of hero are you? A hero who fully embraces power, who transcends being a hero, who dares to become a god. Reward, level up. Ooh. Let's see. Find the gem, find Zenobia. Kill Zenobia, meet the council. The Iblis summary. The Iblis stone, it promised great power in exchange for royal blood, and Renardo did not hesitate to give in to the stone's demands. As his swords pierced Zenobia, the Emperor's daughter, Renardo felt the surge of power. From there, it was smooth sailing. The stone whispered, and Renardo butchered, and as death toll grew, so did its ambition. When he finally met the rebel council, his sights were on the throne itself, but the rebels had no desire for another tyrant. Big mistake. After a little bit of slaughter, Renardo assaulted the imperial fleet alone. As he delivered the final blow to the emperor, the Iblis stone exulted that its task was fulfilled, a lost god had returned, and time ended. What kind of hero are you? A hero who fully embraces power, who transcends being a hero, who dares to become a god. Okay, let's continue.
Cages fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before? And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renardo had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Let's do this one. Built the Sky Ripper. The rebellion was out of time. Renardo needed a game changer. An ancient artifact that defeated the lost gods would indeed be a game changer. Though it was split into two pieces many years ago, Renardo could rebuild it by first getting its armature. Yas.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renardo wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely, there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Renardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Renato couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Renato felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper?
Renato never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Well, no sense collecting more materials. It was time to make something pointy.
Bow, 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 bow. Let's make something pointy. Void Blade, current level 1, increases movement and attack speed. Level 2, speed increases even further. Yes. Hanzo would like these. Forge all the swords and make them as best as you can. Hell yeah! Still like Hero Sword better. I don't know why I'm still looking for loot. I guess it doesn't really matter anymore.
Whoop. Renato hated gogglers, but it freaked him out to cut them.
Oh shit.
The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the Lost Gods, thousands of thousands had died. But Renato had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
Let's get more stamina.
That could be useful.
Don't be shy.
Wait, where do I go again then? Oh wait. We have the sword. Whoops, I'm a dumbass. Shit.
Didn't your mother tell you it's rude to stare? Snapped Renato, a little smug. Give me a lever, said Archimedes, and I shall open a gate.
I think I just did it by accident. Whoops. Or yay, I don't know.
There it was. Sky Ripper's armature.
Yeah.
The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway.
The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How is it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all. He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
I guess we're doing this one. For some inexplicable reason, Renardo chose Zenobia. Renardo has found the armature of the Sky Ripper. Without the core, it would just be an empty and useless shell. Maybe he should go see Zenobia, who had just invaded a city nearby. She was the Emperor's adopted daughter and Gray's general, but she was also his old friend. Renardo didn't know why, but he felt the urge to go see her.
Renardo asked himself why he changed course to confront Zenobia. He'd no idea. Sometimes he would just do things, and he could never figure out why he'd done them. Usually, they worked out. After all, he was a hero.
Ew. People who call themselves heroes aren't really heroes.
He wanted to see her, wasn't it? It had been a dozen years since Swordfu School. He'd followed every rumor about her, every scrap of news. Not that he still loved her. After all, she was his enemy. No, it was solely because, know your enemy. All right, maybe he should stop pretending. He knew exactly how she felt about him. But their love affair always ended with a tragic death. Unless, maybe he could find a way to dodge tragedy. Surely he could, couldn't he?
Come on, there we go.
The city was burning, and there was no one to put out the fires. If somehow Zenobia survived her father and inherited his crown, what sort of empire would she be heir to? But he couldn't think about that, could he?
Come on.
He couldn't do worse with Zenobia than he'd done with the core, could he?
I'll just have a dash, thought Renato. Reynardo wasn't entirely sure how he was going to capture Zenobia. She'd be expecting him. And he didn't have Lapino to cook up a clever plan. Why was it again that he hadn't got the core? Maybe because the results tended to be disastrous. These streets were familiar. The Swordfu School was closed now, but he had been down that street 1,000 times. He knew that pub. He knew that alley. He knew the alley behind it much too well. No wonder Zenobia had chosen to invade this island herself.
Oh, what does the fox say? Asked one raven. Another one called back, "Go, dying!" And they both laughed hysterically.
Imperfect. Ugh. I'm so ashamed.
Reynardo slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all.
Mm-hmm.
Where were her guards? Finally, he reached her bedroom. She was curled up on her bed. Oh, he'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft. He tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She vanished. And he suddenly noticed he couldn't move except his mouth. In fact, soon he couldn't keep his mouth shut. He told Zenobia everything. Sky Ripper, the Iblastone, even where the secret rebel base was, until he was hoarse. It was some kind of truth spell. A talky truth spell. She called her father by Farspeaker Toad and filled His Majesty in.
But why didn't he get the core?
Croaked the Farspeaker in something like His Majesty's croak. Because I missed you, darling. Reynardo grinned. He doesn't even know why, frowned Zenobia.
That makes no sense. It's a trap,
Shouted the Emperor.
I'll meet you at the outpost, and I'll bring my interrogators.
If Reynardo came face to face with the Emperor, maybe he could assassinate him. But maybe it would be smarter and safer to turn Zenobia against her father.
Go meet the Emperor. Reynardo's irrational decision to find Zenobia after collecting the Sky Ripper's armature turned out to be a disaster, but maybe he could salvage the situation. The Emperor was heading for the Nexus. Reynardo could attempt an assassination. He would let Zenobia take him to the Nexus, and then he would escape. Turn Zenobia against her father. Ronaldo's irrational decision to find Zenobia after collecting the Sky Ripper's armature turned out to be a disaster, but maybe he could salvage the situation. He could turn Zenobia against her father. He could show her evidence of the Emperor's madness, but they would need to pay a visit to the scientists of Nexus. He knew exactly what to say to make her listen. This
What are you doing? Asked Zenobia. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He asked her. She shook her head. He told her. His Majesty wanted to bring the lost gods back. They could make him an eater of souls, an immortal. But to seal his bargain with them, he needed a sacrifice. Someone who truly loved him. She was stunned. Furious. You're lying. Under a truth spell? It's a trick. You can't prove that. Take me to the observatory, and I will.
Oh, damn. Once more into the Nexus.
What kind of proof could you possibly have? She said as they landed on the Nexus. Your father ritually sacrificed a village, and he left witnesses? The scientists resurrected one. Well, it's not really alive, but it can talk. A true witness. She frowned. The dead can't lie. Well, I bet they could. They just don't have any reason to. She nodded grimly. You go on ahead. I don't want the ravens to see me.
Feels so weird we just have, like, this thing following us now? Why'd we bring you along? Oh, fuck.
Good thing Renato didn't have vertigo.
I was kind of thinking maybe one of the options would have been like, go grab the Iblis stone and shove it into the armature, whatever. Whee! There we go. Heal up, please.
She caught up with him. Don't you think I'd know if my father wanted to invoke the Lost Gods? Would he tell you? No. Would you help him? No. I'd burn his books. Why'd he adopt a stray cat? You don't ask a thing like that. No, not when there's no good answer, she said, her whiskers twitching.
Oh. Which way do I go? Is it this way? Nope. Oh well, I got some fruit, so... Joke's on you, me.
With all the secrets he revealed to the Emperor, the Ravens were probably heading for the secret base. Renato began to wonder if there would be anyone left to save, if Zenobia changed sides.
Probably not, but whatever.
Energy cannons. The last argument of kings.
Heal up, please. Please heal up.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had burned the reanimated witness to cinders. Renato was stunned. There goes my proof. These were scientists, not rebels, Zenobia said, upset. Why would he do this? I don't know. Let's go to the fleet and ask him. Yes. I'll meet you on the mountains. There's something I have to get first. But could he afford to meet her in the mountains? He'd given the Empire the location of the secret rebel base. They would need rescuing.
Nah, let's not do her dirty. But first, let's read. Rescue the rebel base. Renato has finally turned Zenobia against her adopted father, the Emperor, but the rebel base was still in grave danger due to him spilling all the rebel secrets. Whatever Zenobia was up to, saving the rebel base was the top priority. He would meet Zenobia again, he was sure of it, but first to the rebel base. Meet Zenobia on the mountains. Renato has finally turned Zenobia against her adopted father, the Emperor, but the rebel base was still in grave danger due to him spilling all the rebel secrets. Whatever Zenobia was up to, he was too invested to leave her on her own devices. Maybe he would meet her on the mountains.
Why was he going to meet up with her? Wasn't it more important to rescue the Rebel Council from the almost certain Imperial attack? Why was he in this war anyway? Was it really to fight the good fight, or did he just want to see her again? One of these days, Renato thought, I should really figure out my motives before I pounce. Nah.
I'm gonna bet she's going to grab the core.
Was it true? Was he on this adventure just to see Zenobia again? The Imperial heir was not an easy cat to see. Well, she'd ignored all his Kwanzaa gifts. And on the other paw, trying to get a date by joining a war against your intended was, let's say, pretty optimistic. But on the back paw, thought Renato. Yes, it sounded exactly like him. Good. I'm so glad we had this little chat, he told himself. Renato had heard stories of a dungeon where chests were filled with potions and weapons. Fairy tales. There was a sign. Take the goat across first.
What does that even mean?
There were a lot of dead ravens along the side of the road. Someone had rampaged through here on a killing spree. What had Zenobia gone to get? He had a chilling feeling it was the Iblis stone. Zenobia was level-headed. A stone could make anyone bloodthirsty. He could tell her style from the blade work on the dead birds.
Oh no. Hey, fuck off.
Where he could find a snack. He was feeling a bit peckish.
Boo. Terrible joke. Uh-oh, more dead birds.
Renato wondered what he should do when he found Zenobia. What could he do if she had the Iblis Stone?
A kiss of true love will break the curse. I swear to God, if that's the route there they go, and psychic. Also, it's kind of obvious. Oh, she definitely has it.
He reached the summit, expecting no one. But there she was, steaming, pacing.
I'm gonna kill him, she said. I'm gonna kill all his ravens, and then him, and then his family, and all their eggs and tadpoles. And then I'm gonna burn down their pond.
Did you go and get the Iblis Stone?
Do you see all these ravens I killed? So much power.
Yeah. Great, Renato said.
You really want power from a demonic rock? You want the stone, don't you?
Not really.
Good. I'd rather not have to kill you.
He told her he loved her, that he wouldn't let the Iblis Stone take her, even if he had to die for it. Well, he planned to tell her. Now didn't seem like the right time. She'd probably cool off in a bit. So he let her get in her ship and fly off. He rushed back to the Farfarer and followed her, keeping a healthy distance. Zenobia's ship was just visible through the clouds ahead. How could he reason with her? But he had to. The rebels were down for the count. No wonder. He'd betrayed the location of their base, and then he'd abandoned them. And if she became Empress while she was in the grip of the Iblis Stone, if she became Empress by murdering her father, she could still be a great Empress. But she could also be a nightmare Empress. He had to be stopped. There were more dead ravens along his path, some of them wounded in the back. He knew she could have easily talked her way past them, or clouded the little tiny raven brains with a spell. She was going out of her way to kill everything in her path. This wasn't Zenobia, not as he knew her.
Then what was it then? I have no idea. figuring out what it could be. Sorry, I just had to open up that chest. I just had
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go. Don't look down, he told himself. Don't look down.
Fuck off, you guys. Go, go, go.
Big eyes you have.
Whew.
So, his beloved was possessed by the spirit of a demon. That's what it meant to be a hero. To brave the darkness in your loved one's soul. To have faith there was still good in her. To help her out of that darkness, no matter what the cost. But what? What could he do? She'd kill him if he tried to take the Iblis stone from her.
It's the kiss of true love. Like every fairy tale ever. Ooh, thank you. Don't mind if I do. How do these ships even fly? Fuck you. Okay, how are we gonna save her?
At the end of the trail of raven corpses was Zenobia. Her father was frantically rigging a strange apparatus wrapped around a glowing core. "Don't do it!" he shouted. "You'll hate yourself in the morning! Stay back!" She screamed in a horrible voice he'd never heard before. It froze him in his tracks. The Emperor stared at him.
Run, he told the toad.
Or hop.
But he didn't manage to voice it, only think it. Zenobia stabbed her blade forward, and His Majesty fell dead. She began laughing hysterically. Or was she weeping? Just walk away, she laughed at him. I've no more use for you. There was something he needed to do, but he couldn't figure out what it was. So he did as he was told. As he walked away, he felt a chill in the world. The light in the sky seemed to dim. He didn't dare turn. He had a nagging feeling there was something he should have done just then. Something heroic. But he could not have taken the Iblis stone from her by force. And she would not have parted with it willingly. A cold wind blew from where she had been. But he still didn't dare turn. And then, an awful laughter filled the air. And all the torches and all the ships went out. And he realized what he should have done. But by then, it was too late to do anything.
Oh, again?
But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
New story completed. Story number 8, The Missing Ingredient. What kind of hero are you? A hero who believes there's always good left in a corrupted friend. Reward level up. Story number 8, The Missing Ingredient. Find the armature, find Zenobia, meet the scientists, meet Zenobia again. Summary: halfway through assembling a legendary superweapon, Leonardo changed course to meet Zenobia, the Emperor's daughter and his greatest general. He did find her, only to be captured. The only way out was to convince her to join the rebellion. He could show her proof of her father's madness, and he did as they witnessed the slaughter of innocent civilians by the Empire. Furious, Zenobia got hold of the Iblis Stone, a powerful gem that could corrupt the mind, and went on a killing spree. Leonardo felt helpless, not quite able to find the words that would save Zenobia from the gem's corruption. After she killed the Emperor, a darkness grew and swallowed the world. What kind of hero are you? A hero who believes there is always good left in a corrupted friend. There's still so many stories. Okay,
The pages
let's go.
To the beginning once again. Faster than before? And he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Bernardo knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Bernardo had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
It's gonna be one of these ones, but which one? Why are they both shades of purple? I don't fucking know. Let's do the Iblis
The
stone again.
island was windswept desert. No one went there except ostriches and ostrich hunters. The Iblis stone. It would whisper promises in his ear, offer him power for blood. But this time, Bernardo was sure he could master it. And so, Bernardo went ostrich hunting. Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood,
A jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis stone? Long hidden in a buried temple. Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now. Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
Maybe.
What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul.
You think at this rate, the Imperial army would run out of ravens?
Blow up. Damn it, you didn't blow up. How dare
The ravens were already here, cawing in frustration. They were still searching for a way in. Good. Then he hadn't come too late.
you? Okay. Let's do dash through enemies. Target an enemy with dash to move through them and cause damage. Does not work on shield wielding
He was
enemies.
more and more extraordinary. If only he had some way to break the ice. Or convince it he was a friend.
No. Come on, open up.
So that's what they meant by a firewall. What unlocks a firewall?
Shit.
There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people.
Oh my goodness.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders. There were stickers all over the platform for really hot lady foxes, with pictures and addresses and everything.
was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once.
And he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him.
Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the Transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon. It's the core, said the stone anxiously.
But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
We'll have to do this one because it's new. A clever plan to use the gem. The Iblis Stone, it promised great power, and Renato knew that its power came at a cost. He had thought of a clever way to have its power without its evil, but Renato's clever plan did have a tendency to backfire.
The gem could give great power, but it was evil. But Renato had a plan. He would divide the stone into the power half and the evil half. He sought out the sage Calaveras.
Oh, you need a mirror of splitting.
Croaked Calaveras.
I can make one.
Calaveras set up various shiny things. And soon Renato was setting the stone down in the middle of Calaveras' lab. It was a flash, and now Renato was looking at himself. Except with a mustache, and a goatee and darker hair. There were two Iblis stones. One light, and one dark. Renato took the light one. He felt a rush of great power. Now I can defeat the Emperor. Wait a minute. Unfortunately, he couldn't think of any way to use it without hurting someone. That wouldn't be nice. Give me that, said his evil-looking twin. And he drew his sword. He only got it halfway out of the scabbard when he fainted from the effort. Obviously, neither weak, evil Renato nor powerful, nice Renato was any threat to the Empire. After the Emperor's victory, they were exhibited in a museum until time ended, which was soon after.
You
He
have
tried something
died?
bold and paid the price for it.
Every child could sing verses about the Sky Ripper, but ancient codices held hints of other things. A stone that ate souls, a ruby that drank blood, a jewel only a righteous man could give away.
Were all these things the Iblis Stone?
Maybe.
Long hidden in a buried temple. Another ancient item that was only resurfacing now. Drawn up from the deeps by the Emperor's horrific rituals.
I am sorry to do this. Even though it has only been... Well, it's almost been 2 hours. We're gonna go for a break, because I need to go to the bathroom. So, get some food, get some water, do whatever you need to do, and we'll be back in a little bit. See you in a bit, everybody. I'm back. Just give me a second. I gotta make sure everything's still working, cause it says the frames dropped. And I don't know why it would say that. It should be fine. If the stream dies, it dies. Resume game.
What was he doing here? Last time, the stone had fought him for possession of his own soul.
Oh, good! And it didn't run for his nest!
Said the lead raven. Cawing in frustration. He was still searching for a way in. Good. And he hadn't come too late.
No way, there's nothing that way, right? And stab.
He can't really reason with an energy ball, he thought. There had to be some way to use the Iblis stone. It was old, wasn't it? People are so much cleverer now. And Renato was pretty sure he was cleverer than most people.
Yas.
The Ravens at least could not get past this point. Obviously, the temple builders knew how to deal with tomb raiders.
Okay, now we know not to use the bottom one. The bottom option.
It was
Jesus,
a
I
bit
can't believe.
windy up here.
I can't believe the game did that. I was like, ooh, new option. But it's good to know. Some options just straight up kill you.
It was a stone of the purest blackness. It reflected no light, like a void made solid. Nervous, he picked it up. Who said that? It was the stone. Eager. Thirsty. That seemed tempting and terribly wrong. Zenobia was the Emperor's greatest general and a potent witch. But they had been close once.
And he had a sneaking suspicion the gem would try to control him.
Why not capture the core of Sky Ripper instead? It was the eye of a lost god torn out by the Transcendent Emperor to power his greatest weapon.
It's the core,
said the stone anxiously.
But even though Renato knew how evil the gem was, he had a clever plan for dealing with it.
Ah, okay. It's either one of these two. Let's do the core. Even without the armature, the core had power. The Iblis Stone, it promised great power in exchange for blood of Zenobia, who was once close to Renato, but could Renato really kill Zenobia, even if she was the Emperor's greatest general? Maybe Renato could instead get this Sky Ripper's core. The Iblis Stone did not seem to like the idea at all. Was it afraid of the power of the core?
The stone bothered him. He hated being told what to do. Wasn't that why he joined the rebellion? Wasn't that why he'd refused to be a soldier? He'd agreed to come on board only if he could freelance.
The stone felt a bit clingy, and he had a feeling it did not have his best interests at heart.
Yeah.
The sage Calaveras had told him where to find the Sky Ripper, a weapon capable of challenging the gods. Even without its armature, the core would still possess great power. He would go there.
The moment he landed the Farfarer, Renato had a rare feeling of regret. It's not too late, he thought. He could turn around and sail for Zenobia's island. He frowned. Wait a minute. He didn't want to kill Zenobia, did he? Sure, technically she was the enemy, but they'd been at Sword Food School together. They'd never been lovers, but somehow they'd been closer. She'd told him every secret about herself. Except the biggest one. That she was the Emperor's daughter. No. Kill Zenobia, whispered the stone. Before it's too late.
I don't think we went down the well last time, so let's do that. Or is this well? Did we go down the well? I don't think we ever did.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time. A portal to an unknown destination. Yeah, I bet totally sense, thought Renato. The stone hadn't lied about what it could do for him. With each raven he cut down, he felt a jolt of power flowing into his arm. "You're weak," whispered the stone. "The core will kill you." "Are you afraid of it?" "No, don't be ridiculous," it chuckled. But it's unstable. It will poison you if so much as carry it, and if you try to use it, it will explode catastrophically. Renato did not trust rocks that talked in his head. He went onwards.
Yeah.
As he approached the core, the stone became hysterical. No, it's too much power. We'll rip a hole in space and time. He had a sudden vision of plunging his gauntlet into the core and dying in anguish. That wasn't his vision, was it? The stone had sent him its darkest fears, hadn't it? He had a sudden impulse to do exactly that. He raised his right fist and plunged it into the core. There was a rush of light. He thought he could hear the stone screaming. And then he passed out. When Renato came to, the core was gone. But the Iblis stone was no longer black, but glowing with a blue light. And it was silent. "I can't hear you," he sang out. And, "You?" It didn't answer. Ha!
Oh my god.
He had defeated the demonic gem with the power of his mind. He felt invincible. It was time to attack the Imperial outpost on the Nexus. Take the battle to the enemy. But among the huge crystals, there was also an observatory. A wise man would probably ask the scientists exactly what he had first. How wise was he?
Let's do this one. Take the battle to the enemy. Renardo was able to silence the Iblis stone using the Skyripper core, yet the power it gave him was intact. What was it about not looking a gift horse in the mouth? Maybe it was time to use the power to turn the tides. Destroying the enemy outpost on the Nexus would be a great step. Yeah.
As the Farfarer sailed towards the Nexus, Renardo wondered if the core had been created to silence the stone, or even to feed its hunger. Well, honestly, he didn't care. He felt terrific, and he appreciated the quiet inside his head. The Nexus was infested with ravens, but that didn't bother Renardo. With each death, the converted Iblis stone in his gauntlets glowed brighter, and he felt stronger. Wow. He was getting a bit bloodthirsty, wasn't he? Well, he wasn't worried. He was a warrior. They're supposed to be bloodthirsty.
Oh yes, but I remember from last time, they said the stone could overload, and everyone could die a horrible death or something.
This thing really needed a roof.
Yeah. I agree. 10,000%. Thanks for the energy.
The core, absorbed in the stone, was doing its job perfectly. Renardo could feel a little eldritch jolt every time he downed a raven, but then it flowed into the glowing stone the way water flows down a riverbed. It all felt perfectly natural, as if all his life, this was what he had been meant to do.
To kill ravens? Okay.
With the core absorbed in the stone, Renardo had enough power to challenge the Imperial fleet. First, he would disrupt the enemy communication lines. Then he would head for the rebel base. From there, the rebellion would launch its final attack.
Renato tore through the last remaining guards at the outpost like hot coffee through snow. There was a far speaker toad here. He called the council speaker. He knew she would be thrilled. And she was. She wanted him to come back to base. They had plans to discuss, and a medal to give him. A large, golden medal. Great, said Renato. Let's talk about who else I can kill. Then the far speaker croaked again.
Hello, Renato.
It said,
If you get sick of slaughtering second-rate birds in the Nexus, I'm waiting for you in the mountains.
Zenobia. She missed him. She loved him. Once she saw how awesome he'd become, maybe she'd join him. They'd kiss and... Well, if she did refuse for some reason, he was no match for him now.
Who cares? I can take her out anyway. Renato was becoming a powerhouse. He was ready to bring the fight to the Empire, but then Zenobia sent him an open invitation to a trap. He knew it was a trap. She knew he knew. But whatever she had in store, it would be enough to stop him. It would not be enough to stop him. He should go to the mountains and teach her a lesson. It's obviously an ambush. Let's go to the base. Renato was becoming a powerhouse. He was ready to bring the fight to the Empire. But then Zenobia sent him an open invitation to a trap. Of course, it was a desperate attempt to distract him from his mission. He had the power to save the rebellion, and he would do just that. To the rebel base he would go. Yes.
Zenobia was taunting him. No doubt she hoped to lure him into a trap. Well, he was nobody's sucker. Especially not hers. He carried victory in his gauntlet. He would go where the council pointed him. As he set foot on the island, Renato felt energized, like when he was hunting or dancing. Then he smelt it, the stench of ravens. It was a good thing he was here too, before they tripped over the secret base. He was really saving the council toad's bacon, so to speak.
No! How dare you? Rally the rebels.
He missed her. Not Zenobia. Hypatia, the kid's mother. Renato had never thought he'd date a librarian. He'd always figured himself for the barmaid type. But then, he'd never figured the library of Ubar would have comic books, or that Hypatia would know anything about them. He missed her.
Aww. Oh my god, and you let her kid die. How dare you? You had one job. Ooh, we haven't been down here before, I don't think.
Renato had an artifact that made him practically a godlike warrior. All he had to do now was collect his medal, head for the Imperial fleet, and raise some hell.
Yeah, whatever. Let's open the chest. We're here. We might as well.
See? Renato was a hero of the revolution. He deserved a medal. Soon, he deserved every medal they had, and hopefully one big medal ceremony in front of everybody with trumpets so everyone could know what he'd accomplished.
Punish, terrorize, humiliate. The masses have been raising their fists. led by a handful of nobles with too much ambition. Is it envy that the power that I seek is something they want for themselves? Are they just criminals who want to steal from us? There is but one punishment for such a crime: death. Make an example of the leaders. Execute anyone who dares follow them. Or is it fear that the sacrifices I've been making would extend to them? Is this a war for survival? Show them the meaning of fear. Strike them fast and strike them hard. Make them suffer, burn everything they hold dear. Or is it pride that the meaning of those sacrifices will forever escape their comprehension? They want inclusion, a say in my decisions. This arrogance cannot be allowed. Take those who just surrender to the salt mine. Let their lungs fill with corrosive dust. Let them betray one another for scraps of food. Let their children watch as they fall into savagery. End the rebellion without mercy. Punish, terrorize, humiliate. Emperor Insingram III, War Manifesto. You see, that's the problem. As soon as you call something a manifesto, no one's gonna trust you. Perfect.
Sleep tight, thought Renato.
Have we been here before? I think we have. Ooh. We're getting closer to the base.
Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base.
Yeah.
He was on fire. So far, so good. Inside the rebel base, Renato was invited to the council speaker's private chambers.
So, this is the Iblis Stone? He said. I can feel its power.
Renato told her how he had fed the core to the stone and made something even more useful than either.
Crazy like a fox,
she croaked. And Renato chuckled as if he'd never heard the joke before.
We've given you the best quarters and a bottle of Tantalonian firewater. All for you.
So they'd remembered. He woke in the morning with the sweetest of hangovers. But the Iblis Stone was gone from his gauntlet. The corridors were empty, except for a few rebels who looked just as hungover as him. Come on, you'll miss the battle, they yelled. Renato added sail as the Farfarer scudded across the sky. Who could have taken the Iblis Stone? Was it some Imperial spy? He would find him, and kill him, and take the stone back.
I'm gonna guess it was her. You know who I mean. The
Renato
love
had
of our
a bad
life.
taste in his mouth. He was killing ravens, but it wasn't fun. It felt like a chore. Renato hated chores. As a fox kid, he'd gone hungry rather than clean his room. He still didn't clean his room, he just moved house every few years. Who had the Iblis Stone anyway? Up ahead, he could hear screaming and croaking and cawing. But who was winning? A portal led right into the middle of the fleet. It was a glaring weakness in the defense. This was much easier than free climbing.
Oh my fucking god. Piss off, you dicks. Heal up, please.
As she ran forward, Renato noticed that some ravens were starting to ignore him. Just running away. Who were they running from? Some hero of the revolution? If some other so-called hero of the revolution had the stone and tried to take his victory and his medals, Renato was gonna be seriously pissed off. He was the hero, not some other bozo. She's the one with the raven room talking to her son. Oh, right. You don't call? Get it? Call? I just made that up.
So they're all running. Oh my goodness. Now the only question is, who has the Iblis Stone? Level up, hell yeah.
Finally, Renato came to the Emperor's ship. Zenobia lay dead in front of it. The ship was a wreck. Ravens lay dead, sprawled everywhere. Bloody feathers spattered across the deck and the dock. The council speaker came out. She was waving a sword around like a flag. "Look at me, Renato!" she croaked. The Iblis stone on the sword was black as coal. "Now I will be Empress, and all shall tremble before me," she croaked. So the stone had her. It was in her brain, whining for blood. "I'm afraid I can't allow that," said Renato, and moved to fight her. Toads are not usually good with swords. Something about the footwork. And the council speaker was not even a warrior. She was always tripping over things, which is quite an impressive achievement when you're a toad. Yet somehow, she was pressing Renato backwards as he desperately tried to keep her sword away from his throat. "Look, why don't you keep the stone?" he asked. "You deserve it." "Blood and souls for Iblis," she croaked. "Blood and souls." She got under his guard with her sword. It was just the tip. But sometimes just the tip is enough. He could feel his soul being sucked into the stone. As he died, he felt embarrassed more than anything else. Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
New story completed. Story number 17. For a fistful of ducats. What kind of hero are you? A hero who deserves his medal, who will not let anyone steal the hero title. Reward 5 fire essence. We don't need it anymore. Excuse me. Story number 17. For a fistful of ducats. Find the gem, find the core, attack the outpost, meet the council. Story for a fistful of ducats. The Iblis stone, it whispers and it corrupts. On a hunch, Renato fed it to the Sky Ripper's core. It silenced the stone, perfect. Now he could win the war for the rebellion. Victory after victory, Ronaldo became the hero of the revolution, and he earned his medal. But the nerve, someone stole the stone while he was resting in the rebel base. Worse, the thief was killing all the ravens, stealing all the glory. Little did Reynardo know that the core had weakened and the gem was free to corrupt. Ever since he returned to the rebel base, the thief was a rebel leader. A weak, harmless toad, but she had the gem. Reynardo did not stand a chance. What kind of hero are you? A hero who deserves his medal, who will not let anyone steal the hero title. So many stories.
The book's pages
so
fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster than before, and he fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. He was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster.
Yeah.
Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Let's see. Let's build the Sky Ripper. Build the Sky Ripper. The rebellion was at a time when Ronaldo needed a game changer. The ancient artifact that defeated the lost gods, indeed a game changer. Though it was split into 2 pieces many years ago, Ronaldo could rebuild it and get the armor.
Every child knew about the Sky Ripper. The Transcendent Emperor had buried its pieces deep. And then, this Emperor's horrific sacrifices had brought it back to the surface. Renato wasn't exactly sure how to use the legendary weapon. But surely there must be some way to do it without provoking another catastrophe. Had he, somehow, summoned the long-lost components of the legendary weapon out of the deep places of the Earth? It was more than Reynardo could fathom. But if he could find a legendary weapon, he would use it. As he set foot on the island, Reynardo couldn't help feeling a bit curious. Was Lapino still waiting to be rescued? No. He was probably drinking champagne with the ravens. Did ravens drink champagne? Did rabbits? Reynardo felt oddly thirsty, come to think of it. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? Reynardo never made plans that required constant vigilance. He was a hero. He didn't think too much. He just went with his gut and hoped it all worked out. The Sky Ripper was a long shot. He'd have to devote himself to it. No side journeys, no rescuing old friends. That was against his nature. Could he stick with it?
Let's do this! Boom, 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 boom.
Bet you never saw that coming. The people who had built this castle, did they even know what monstrous weapon lay hidden within their walls? The Sky Ripper could destroy anything it touched, or so the legend said. As the Transcendent Emperor had fought the Lost Gods, thousands of thousands had died. But Reynardo had been through wars. The only merciful war was a short one.
What to get next? Kind of want more stamina. More stamina. Increase your maximum stamina further. Yas. Now we have 5. Thank you. Treasure over here.
This chest was filled with old concert t-shirts. And something useful.
That's good to know. Whoa!
Personal space. That wasn't so hard. There it was. Sky Ripper's armature. The stuff that dreams are made of. Engineers' dreams, anyway.
The device was intricate. No one alive had the skill to make a thing like it. How was it part of a weapon at all? He'd have to ask a scientist. But first, he'd get the second piece. Sky Ripper had a heart. A core that had come to rest on the next island. Well, there was another island he could reach. Zenobia had just invaded it with her father's Raven battalions. She must be encamped there still. But fighting Zenobia now, that made no sense at all.
Yeah.
He'd already sacrificed one friend to get this armature, was it? He didn't need to hurry to face her. She would find him.
Let's get the core again. He needed to go get the core of the Sky Ripper, obviously. Renardo has found the armature of the Sky Ripper. Without the core, it would be an empty and useless shell. The only reason one would seek the armature was to build the legendary weapon that would once banish the lost gods. Obviously, Renardo, you should go get the core, yes.
It was a no-brainer. He'd sacrificed his old friend Lapino to get the armature. And the armature was useless by itself, only a series of coils and wheels. War demanded sacrifices, and he would make more before the end. He would have to choose the greatest good no matter how much it cost him. Zenobia. Well, he would see her sooner or later, across a battlefield or a sword's point before all this was over. He was sure of that. The power was in the core. Obviously, he had to get the core.
Yas.
Doubt sunk in before he was even out of sight of the Farfarer. Why had he chosen the Sky Ripper? It was the sort of path he'd always avoided. The path of responsibility, of seriousness. Had he grown up? He didn't feel grown up. He'd made this decision from his gut, like he always did. Somehow, he'd impulsively decided to stop being impulsive. Did that make any sense?
Jump down.
There was something sour in the air. Like the earth had ruptured over something that had been fermenting for a very long time.
Hey! I got this friend who's a swan. Can he join up? He dyes his feathers.
There were fewer and fewer trees. There were only these huge crystalline growths. Had those been here before? He no longer heard birds except for the feverish cawing of the ravens when they attacked. He couldn't smell the small animals of the forest. The mice and rabbits. Where had they gone? And he was getting hungry too. This was an unhealthy place to be. ravens was, they never dropped any loot, and no one ever wanted the feathers.
Oh, that's the worst thing? Okay. The coal.
The 20-sided core made him feel physically sick. Once he had sneaked into a temple of the dark arts, and he hadn't liked what he smelt and saw there. This felt like that. As quick as he could, he wrangled the icosahedron into the armature. The wheels began to spin, then glow. The sick feeling quickly spun away. Now he only felt sad. He had lost good friends for this war apparatus.
Yeah.
Maybe Lapino wasn't such a good friend. Yeah, that made him feel better. He carried his prize back to the Farfarer. Now, he had to make his next move.
There was a key Imperial outpost on the Nexus. If this really was some sort of super weapon, he could use it to wreak havoc on the enemy. And if it wasn't, well, better to know that before the final battle. But maybe he should show it to some scientists first. There was an observatory on the Nexus. Maybe he should go there before he fired it.
Let's do this one. No time for fussing, attacking the outpost. The Sky Ripper was complete. The super weapon could put an end to the Emperor's madness. But would it work at the critical moment? Maybe it needed field testing, and the Imperial outpost on the Nexus was the perfect target.
Renato had never been much of a student. At Swordfu school, he'd never read the books, just looked at the pictures. And Zenobia. But weapons he understood. His gut told him that the Sky Ripper would work great. He would use it to take out the Imperial outpost. And what's the worst that could happen? The thing wouldn't work, and then he'd take it to the scientists, right?
Renato actually could think of a few things that were worse. But he would make sure they didn't happen this time. Right?
Exactly. As he set out down the path, Renato wondered why the parts of the Sky Ripper had only surfaced now, thousands of years after the Transcendent Emperor had discarded it. This Emperor, Isengrim III, had performed terrible, bloodthirsty rituals to invoke the lost gods. Perhaps that was bringing up lost artifacts. How perfect, then, that the Sky Ripper would reappear to be his destruction.
And hopefully this time, just his destruction.
Na 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 na. Hey, hey, hey. Goodbye.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Enough with the references. Sorry, my eye is hurting again. Oh.
He was tired of slaughtering ravens. Maybe it was time to test out the new weapon. He turned a knob on the Sky Ripper. It made strange, mechanical noises. The wheels spun faster. It began to hum.
The Sky Ripper was following his every step. At least it acknowledged him as the master. But there was no trigger. How was he supposed to fire it? Fire, he said. Nothing happened. Well, maybe it just needed to warm up. After all, it hadn't been fired in thousands of years. What did you do if one of these platforms stalled?
That's a good question that I do not want to think about. Oh, damn.
The Sky Ripper was making a whining noise now, and its wheels were spinning so fast he could no longer see them.
Renato had a thought. Please? He asked. The Sky Ripper began to glow. Boom! The outpost burst into flame.
Ravens flapped out screaming, wings on fire. The base was his. The far speaker toad came hopping out.
Renato!
It croaked, sounding like a toad version of Zenobia.
Don't use the Sky Ripper. It will destroy the world.
Yeah, sure it will, cracked Renato. Pull the other one.
If you don't trust me, go see Calaveras. He'll tell you the same thing.
Oh, she would say that. That sounded sensible. Why did she always have to sound sensible all the time? Oh, it was infuriating.
Of course she would say that. He was supposed to hurry and bring the Sky Ripper to the council so the rebels could actually win the war. But what if she was right? Damn it.
Let's see. Go see Calaveras. The Sky Ripper turned out to be an amazing weapon. It was time to celebrate, but then Zenobia crashed the party. She claimed the Sky Ripper could destroy the world. Of course she was lying, probably, but what if she wasn't? Calaveras was the final authority in legendary artifacts. Maybe Renardo should head to the mountains and speak with Calaveras. Take the Sky Ripper to the rebels. The Sky Ripper turned out to be an amazing weapon. It was time to celebrate, but then Zenobia crashed the party. She claimed the Sky Ripper could destroy the world. Of course she was lying, probably. She was an enemy general, of course. She would be afraid of the Sky Ripper. He should bring the weapon to the rebel base and just win the war. Yeah.
Just this once, he would not let Zenobia get into his head with her logic and her wisdom and her appeals to reason. He was a fox. He'd go with his instincts, and it would all work out like it always did. Oh, he was sounding like a reckless idiot, even to himself. But if there was one thing Renato could never bring himself to do, it was turn back on a decision he'd made. Imperials were flapping and cawing all around the ruins. They must be panicking with rumors flying of the superweapon. Maybe they hoped to find and destroy the base before he could put the Sky Ripper into action. The Sky Ripper was whining and heating up. It would be time to use that energy soon.
That was awesome!
Damn, you make everything so easy. I love you. Where have you been?
He wondered if the council knew he destroyed the outpost. He hoped so. He was excited. With his superweapon, they could actually win their battle with the Imperial fleet. Zenobia talking about? This was a fantastic weapon. Ravens burst into flames with just a touch of its killer beam. He was tempted to leave it on all the time, but he didn't want to accidentally slice off some council toad's head or tongue. She'd been trying to distract him. Well, this time, no one was going to distract him.
Oh, it can phase through matter too. Okay.
Well, the eyes have had it.
Fuck.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. It was on fire. So far, so good. As he headed towards the council chamber, Renato felt everyone watching him. "You've saved the rebellion," said the council speaker. "Frankly, we were afraid you'd turn aside to save that idiot Lapino." Not bloody likely, Renato told them, feeling he was maybe being a bit harsh on the poor mad rabbit.
If you never make sacrifices, he said, you're probably not doing the right thing. The speaker nodded.
"Are you ready to lead the charge?"
Let's roll, he said, with grim satisfaction. Renato set sail for the fleet. The Sky Ripper had lost its wine. It was humming now, as if it had taken some time to seat properly. He had always been irresponsible. This time, he'd done the right thing, made the hard decisions. He was a real hero. He hadn't let himself be distracted by old friends or old lovers turned enemies. Finally, he could be proud of himself.
What's gonna go wrong? Because I don't think it's just gonna blow a hole in reality again.
He was ready. So was Sky Ripper. The Sky Ripper had a will of its own. It picked out its own targets and set them on fire.
This was going to be a short battle. He would set the ships on fire if he didn't need them to get to the Emperor. And he wondered if he'd see Zenobia, or if she'd flee. Wouldn't she be proud of him? At least, a bit of respect. He'd become an all-conquering hero.
Thank you.
The portal was heavily guarded. It must go someplace they really didn't want it to go.
I love the Sky Ripper. If it didn't end reality, I would use it all the time. It's also interesting to hear that the Sky Ripper has a will of its own.
Renato wondered if it wasn't cheaper to build bridges and stairs. There was a parchment on a signpost. It was from her.
Every time you fire, you risk the destruction of the universe. That's insane. We surrender.
He'd done it. He'd played chicken with Zenobia and won. He could hear the horns blaring the retreat. She was wiser than he was, that was for sure. But wisdom didn't win battles.
What's the catch? This can't be the good ending, because I was like, wait a minute. The game's acting like we did the right sequence of things, but it keeps saying that the right way.
There's a couple of red spots on your feathers.
Oh wait, not yet.
The game has kept saying that the right way is to go with Lapino, so I don't understand how this is going to end. Oh, okay.
And there was Zenobia, wearing the white robes of surrender. She came and kneeled before him. Why didn't you listen to me? I was trying to save you too. You're the enemy, you said. I was never your enemy, Renato.
And he realized, not for the first time, how much she loved him.
Then she spoke a terrible word and made a gesture with her hand. She stopped moving, covered in frost, and he wondered why she'd frozen herself. Then the Sky Ripper froze, and then, for a moment, he felt very cold and discovered that he couldn't move. The next thing he knew, the sun was a giant, monstrously red. It took up half the sky, and he was in a parched red desert. And then he was on fire.
Oh, again? But he already had all the secrets he needed. He was sure of that. He must have not used them the right way. What was the best, worst mistake he could make? Probably trusting that traitor Lapino.
New story completed. Story number 7. Reynardo Newcomb. What kind of hero are you? A hero who does not let anything get in the way of his mission. Reward fire essence. Reynardo Newcomb. So what happened? Austin, find the armature, find the core, attack the outpost, meet the council. Summary. The Sky Ripper, the stuff of legends, Reynardo assembled the weapon, and without hesitation started raining death at the enemy. The Imperials were terrified. Zenobia and the Emperor's daughter made a pathetic attempt to stop Reynardo. The Sky Ripper could destroy the world, she said. Ha, Reynardo was no fool. With the Sky Ripper in tow, he charged to the big battle, putting the enemy in disarray. Soon enough, he met Zenobia to accept a surrender. It was a trap. Zenobia actually believed the Sky Ripper was a danger to the world. Her spell froze Reynardo for billions of years until the sun evolved into a scorching red giant. Then Reynardo burned to death. Oh, that's what happened. What kind of hero are you? A hero who does not let anything... Damn.
The book's
Let's do one
pages
more.
fluttered to the beginning once again. Faster
It
than
hasn't hit the
before,
4-hour mark. We can do
and he
it.
fell. The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas. It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer. Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renato knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong. But he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely. Also, a temple had risen out of empty desert. The Iblis stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it. To take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion. And he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Let's do the Lapino one. You can't make new old friends. The rebellion was out of time and Ronaldo needed a game changer. Even though Lapino wasn't what anyone could consider a game changer, could come up with some harebrained schemes. Maybe rescuing him was worth it. Yes.
Renato finally realized that Lapino was a traitor to the cause.
And maybe Renato could use that somehow.
But he was prepared to forget about that. What to do with the knowledge about Lapino's treason? Who knows? Maybe Lapino's treason was all just a fluke, due to unfortunate circumstances. Yes, that's right. Renato should just rescue his friend and forget anything bad had ever happened. Renato could use that somehow. What to do with the knowledge about Lapino's treason? Renato could be foolish to trust Lapino again. He should confront him, or better yet, find a way to use the traitor against his new master, the Emperor. Maybe Lapino could be a game changer after all.
Renato couldn't quite
Let's do
put his
that
paw
one.
on when he'd realized Lapino was working for the Empire. He'd never exactly seen Lapino sending coded messages to the palace, but he was sure. The rabbit had been on too many disastrous missions where he was the only survivor, or where he accidentally missed getting on the boat that went down to the abyss in flames. If Renato could prevent Lapino from getting back to the fleet with all the intelligence he'd probably gathered, it might be worth the trip. How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Renato out of prison at least 4 times, and Renato had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Confront the
They were a lot
traitor.
of shiny, smooth, curved with leather, buckles, and kind of smelled, you know what? Never mind. Yes, there was also ore and other useful stuff. Let's focus on that, shall we?
Fuck off. What is wrong with me today? Attack the bird, kill the bird. It's not that hard.
Get over here!
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Ooh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
I don't remember where's the right way to go. This isn't gonna be a thing where it's like, I loved Zenobia as well, but she chose you, blah 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 blah. And it's gonna be like, what? Because if I swear that's the way this goes, I'm just done.
Haven't you heard? Goth is over.
Thank you, I needed that fruit.
Lapino would betray him. The core was dangerous. Now, Renato had a fleeting idea that the two ideas went together somehow. And then it was gone again. Ah, damn ideas. They never stuck around when you needed them.
I don't think I've ever been in here before. Let's go. Dear Zenobia, how are you enjoying the academy? New friends must already be flocking around you, no doubt. Here in the palace, things are the same. I have much time to dedicate to my special hobby. I have been collaborating with Professor Calaveras and his team of experts to investigate the nature of islands. My gut is telling me that the islands are alive. I think they have a will of their own. Do you hear me, daughter? Our world could be more than floating masses of rock and water. Professor Calaveras and his boys have made measurements. The islands are drifting, surrounded by the endless sky. It is difficult to notice, but through careful measurements of the wind over long periods of time, they are certain the islands are moving westward. But where to? It may take centuries, millennia, to reach the destination. I have this strange idea. What if the islands are some sort of herd, and they are deliberately searching for another herd of islands? Could you imagine new islands with their own inhabitants? The thought that we may not be alone. If only I could live long enough to witness the event. With love, Father. This world is weird, dude. So. Hey, jerk.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands,
old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it.
Send the traitor to fetch the core. Reynardo realized how good an actor Lapino was. No surprise he has been fooled by that traitor. Maybe he could give that smug traitor the location of the Sky Ripper's core, and while Lapino delivers the unstable web to the enemy, Reynardo could pay Zenobia a visit. Denounce the traitor. Reynardo realized how good an actor Lapino was. No surprise he has been fooled by that traitor. Maybe he should denounce the rabbit here and now and put an end to his scheme to get some payback. Let's see what this does.
Me? A traitor? I'm hurt, said Lapino. Why ever would you say that? We found your code book, said Reynardo. They hadn't, but he hoped Lapino would blow his cover. You got me, said Lapino. And you know what? I don't regret a thing. It's always about you, isn't it? You're the pretty hero. You get the girl, you get the medal, and what do I get? Rabbit food. I thought you liked rabbit food. Go to hell, said Lapino, and he made a gesture. And 20 ravens came out of nowhere and stabbed Reynardo to death.
Oh.
He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Damn.
How had they come to this? They'd been on so many adventures together. Lapino had talked Reynardo out of prison at least 4 times, and Reynardo had rescued Lapino from at least 2 lynch mobs.
Oh, I'm back here.
Odd that they never locked these things.
Well, at least now we know what happens when we confront him. He's all like, boy, I have an armored guard with me. Why did you think that would work?
Someone needs a bath.
But he'd always felt that the rabbit resented him. Lapino was hilarious because he was so down on himself and everyone else. But behind the laughs, he wasn't a happy camper. Ooh, was this payback? Or did the Empire have his little white tail in a vice?
That way's closed now, so down the well, if I remember correctly.
Interrupted story time! Caught the lead raven. Now we'll never find out how it ended! Ravens were landing everywhere from dropships. He'd better get moving. If they got to Lapino first, the rabbit would give the Empire all the intelligence he'd been stealing from the rebellion, and they'd probably give him a medal. He'd have to be very careful about how he played Lapino. At the slightest hint of danger, the mad rabbit would take off like a rabbit.
Okay, what do I want? Sure, let's do this one. Ha ha ha.
Bloody and exhausted, Renato finally reached Lapino. The rabbit was practicing shuffling his favorite deck. Now that he knew what the rabbit was, there were a few things about him that Renato didn't find so amusing anymore. You sent me an urgent message saying that you're in danger. Oh, I am. The ravens are coming. Now, I've got a clever plan to kidnap Zenobia. Renato wanted to clap shackles on the rabbit and shout, "You're a traitor, and I'm not falling for it." But if there was one thing Renato was sure of, it was that the core of the Sky Ripper was dangerous mostly to its user. If he could put it in the Emperor's hands, old Isengrim III might blow himself and his fleet up with it. Yes, that was it.
So we already did that. Send the traitor to fetch the core. Ronaldo realized how good an actor Lupino was. No surprise he has been fooled by that traitor. Maybe he could give that smug traitor the location of the Sky Ripper's core, and while Lupino delivers the unstable weapon to the enemy, Renardo will pay Zenobia a visit.
Renato felt like a real hero, brave and smart. He told the rabbit all about the Sky Ripper's God's Eye core. "I'll go get the core while you attack Zenobia," he told the rabbit. "Wait, I've an even better idea. I'll get the core and you attack Zenobia," said the rabbit. "Right, yeah, that is better," agreed Renato. Perfect. The traitor would make sure the Emperor got the core. Now Renato just needed the Emperor to use the core. If he could only get something that the Emperor wanted very badly. Zenobia. He could save her and bait the Emperor at the same time. Right. Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
Well, it does, because you have a magic book that resets time every time we die.
Everybody knew you shouldn't trust a raven further than you could throw one. But that's the top gun.
You? Let's go down the well. Just for shits and giggles. Yay!
Two eyes, good. One eye, dead. I
find it weird that those things don't give us any, XP experience. What the hell is he doing here?
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core. Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait, no. The gem would corrupt anyone, even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius.
I feel like sending Lapino for the Iblis Stone is the way to go. So let's send Zenobia for the Iblis Stone.
And so, Renato set about getting himself captured by Zenobia to turn her against her father. Once she knew the truth about her father's plans for her, he sent her to fetch the Iblis Stone. Unfortunately, once she had it, the Iblis Stone took hold of her. In a rage, she decided to assassinate her father and become Empress. Renato pursued her to the final battle to stop her becoming evil. Zenobia slew the Emperor. Lapino shot Zenobia. Renato killed Lapino. Bittersweet victory was at hand, but then the core exploded, destroying both the Imperial and Rebel fleets. Death, Dark Ages, the usual thing.
Oh.
He tried something bold and paid the price for it. Right. Now, all Renato had to do was fight his way through Zenobia's invading troops, sneak onto her ship and into her bedroom, and kidnap her without any of her dozens of guards alerting her. Then, he would rely on her love for him to convince her how evil her father was, so she'd run away with him instead of going back to her father, who was going to blow himself up. It did sound a little risky. But Renato had a feeling it would work out somehow. It always did.
Once again, because you have a magic book. Excuse me.
Hey, what do ravens say when they die? Never mind. I'll wait.
What? Just some lousy energy? How dare you?
Anyone ever tell you have a lovely eye? No?
Fuck. Heal me, please.
Renato was halfway to Zenobia's encampment when Lapino showed up. He was disheveled and distraught.
They jumped us. I barely got away. Oh, they got the core. Oh, it was all going according to plan, thought Renato. Now he just needed Zenobia on his side. Yes, that was even better. The Iblis Stone. Zenobia could get it. And then the Emperor would have to pursue them. Wait, no.
The gem would corrupt anyone, even her. That's it, he thought. Even Lapino. Even though Lapino was already a traitor. It would turn him against his secret master, the Emperor. He would try to make himself Emperor. And the Emperor would have to defend himself with the core. Boom. He was a super genius.
So that killed us, so.
This is terrible, Bernardo told the rabbit. If only I had gone for the Iblis Stone. But now it's lost in enemy territory. He handed Lapino a map. It gives the bearer so much power. We can only hope the Emperor never finds it. What was that? Said Lapino. I think someone's following us. I didn't hear anything. Rabbit ears.
You go on ahead. I'll check it out.
And with that, Lapino hopped off with the map.
Fucking move.
Renato slinked through Zenobia's ship, making no sound at all. She was curled up on her bed. He'd forgotten how beautiful she was. How sleek. How soft.
Not this
He
again.
tapped her on the shoulder with his sword. She was made of smoke, and he noticed he had a very solid blade to his throat. Did you really think you could capture me? Purred a familiar voice. I just wanted to chat, said Renato. Did you ever wonder why the Emperor adopted you? He needs a sacrifice. Someone who truly loves him, to make a bargain with the lost gods. That's a vicious lie. He wants to bring them back. Oh, that's crazy. Why would anyone... They could make him immortal. An eater of souls. And with that, her eyes widened. She understood. Renato told her how he had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred. How he had slept in a burnt village. At midnight, the Emperor's victims had come to him in his dreams to tell him of the hideous eldritch rituals they'd been sacrificed in. He could still see those kittens and puppies. Their wide, sad eyes, their moist noses. You can't prove that. I've got a witness at the observatory. He couldn't tell her, not yet, why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself and Lapino up. So he told her about how the Emperor's obscene rituals had raised ancient artifacts out of the land. How he'd followed the appalling trail of the hideous horrors His Majesty had perpetrated for the sake of his own immortality. Any of this ring a bell? He said. He told me it was all lies. You've always known when I was lying. I always hated that about you, said Renato. The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them. This was definitely better than pulling yourself up in a bucket.
What? Why would you ever have an idea of doing that? Oh my god, why does she come? Fuck off. Fuck off. Okay, fuck off.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic?
Why? Would you join in?
No. I'd destroy his books and I'd... Oh, God. Okay, you're not completely wrong. They've resurrected one of his victims. Well, look, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk. A true witness, she said.
Let's go over here and hope to God there is some healing stuff in here.
Yes, made music when you opened it. Too bad it was Muzak.
Boo, bad joke.
Cannon trap. Who doesn't love being shot at by cannons? And who kept these things loaded anyway?
Before I kill you guys, Bernardo said, do you let you know where I can get a good smoothie around here?
Of course, because this game's a piece of shit. Fucking move.
Bernardo was surprised that he didn't feel more pain. Just a bit dizzy. Ooh.
Oh yes, a chest, please.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage. He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Bernardo explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Iblis Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken.
I want to help.
Could he really trust her?
Trust her and take her to the secret base. Renaro's plan worked. Zenobia, now convinced her father was mad, had to be stopped. But it seemed too easy. Did he really convince her, or was she playing him like a fiddle? Why hesitate now? He should tell her the exact location of the secret base and meet her. Tell her where the secret base was? Not so much. Renaro's plan worked. Zenobia was now convinced her father was mad and had to be stopped, but it seemed too easy. Did he really convince her, or was she playing him like a fiddle? Fiddle. He should lie about the location. Let's do this one first.
She said she had an errand to run. So they met up sometime later in the mountains. She seemed different. It seems she'd gone and knocked Lapino out with drowsy gas and taken the Iblis stone from him. Whoa, what? No, that wasn't a plan. I know. Your plan was terrible. Now where's the council? Couldn't we just go somewhere? Quiet, Talk this over? You lying son of a bitch. They're not here. The sword was bloody. I told you the truth. Well, mostly. I'm going to kill my father now. But first, I'm going to kill you. And that is exactly what she did.
He had tried something bold and paid the price for it.
Oh my god. I swear to fuck if I have to do that entire level over. Oh my god.
He couldn't tell her. Not yet. Why he was really here. He didn't want her to be anywhere near the fleet when her father blew himself and Lapino up. So he told
Why is there no
her
way
how
to
the
skip
Emperor's
this
obscene
bullshit?
rituals had raised ancient artifacts out of the land.
Wait a
How
minute.
he'd followed the appalling
I
trail
see a
of the
skip
hideous
thing?
horrors his
How did I
majesty
do
had
that?
perpetrated for the sake of his own immortality.
I'm pressing
Any
all
of
the
this ring a
buttons.
bell?
What
He
did I
said,
do?
He told me it was all lies. You've always known when I was lying. I always hated that about you, said Renato.
The rebellion had started after atrocities that the Empire hushed up. Renato had rescued a priest whose order had been massacred for one book. He had slept in a burnt village. Dead kittens and puppies had come to tell him what the Emperor had done to them.
Fuck off. Fuck off, I said. It's not that hard to fuck off. God, sometimes. I can't wait until the end of this story, because then I'm finished with this game, because it's pissing me off now.
Don't you think I'd know if my father started practicing black magic? Why? Would you join in? No! I'd destroy his books and I'd... Oh, God. Okay, you're not completely wrong. They've resurrected one of his victims. Well, look, I mean, look, it's not exactly alive, but it can talk. A true witness, she said.
move your ass.
Renato was no physicist, but he could have sworn something was wrong with the trajectory of these cannonballs. Here, fishy!
Here we go again. Oh my god.
The observatory was a burning hulk. Dead scientists and black feathers everywhere. The Ravens had taken special care to burn the reanimated witness to cinders. Zenobia stared at the carnage.
He didn't want me to hear the witness, did he? I guess not. What's your plan? She asked. So, Renato explained his brilliant gambit. Sending Lapino to get the Ibra Stone, become super powerful and corrupted, provoke the Emperor into using the core against him, thus blowing up both of them, and hopefully the fleet too. Let me visit your council, she said, shaken. I want to help.
Could he really trust her?
We freaking have to, unless we want to do this again. Trust her and take her to the secret base. Renato's plan worked. Zenobia has now convinced her father was mad and had to be stopped. But it seemed too easy. Did he really convince her, or was she playing him like a fiddle? Why hesitate now? He should tell her the exact location of the secret base and meet her there.
He'd done it. He'd made Zenobia see how evil her father really was. He wished she didn't feel this urge to join in the rebellion. After all, he'd taken care of the Emperor, right? Yeah, but she'd always been conscientious like that. She told him she had to go somewhere first. So Renato gave her the location of the secret base, and they agreed to meet in the ruins. He had a very good feeling about this. What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens.
Everybody who wants to die, raise your weapon. All right.
Ugh, this again.
As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path. And Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it.
Hey, why don't you guys fight in groups? Oh, I know. Because there's no I in team.
Boo. Boo.
Long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. Nothing was on fire. So far, so good.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
I wonder if she's killing everyone right now.
Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Well, not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Get out of her way. Zenobia had the Iblis Stone. Now she was strong enough to defeat the Emperor, but the stone would consume her soul. Trying to stop her would likely be fatal, so it was best to just let her go and see how things play out. Stop her and the Iblis Stone. Zenobia had the Iblis Stone. Now she was strong enough to defeat the Emperor, but the stone would consume her soul. Trying to stop her would likely be fatal, but the feeling she had for him had to mean something, right? He had to try. I don't know which... This one?
Renato watched her board her ship and sail off. A few days later, the sun dimmed. A great void opened in the sky, black as the Iblis Stone itself. It stretched and ripped like a vast fatal womb, and a gaze black and pitiless as the sun passed through the void into the land. And so the lost god Iblis once again came into his own. Time stopped.
No.
He tried something bold and paid the price for it.
What had Zenobia gone off to do? What was more important than meeting the rebel council? Had he made a mistake, sending her to the ruins? No. He knew they could trust each other. He could trust her because she never broke her word. And she could trust him because she could see right through him. Well, she'd probably be there well before him. She at least didn't have to fight her way through rainstorms of ravens.
familiar. Beat Renato and Huckleberry. As he came around the bend, there was Lupino, unconscious on the side of the path. And Renato could smell a familiar, sweet, smoky scent. Who? Zenobia. It had to be. She never used a combat spell when she could use drowsy gas. That meant she had the Iblis Stone. What would it do to her? She hated her father now. She'd kill him for sure. The council wouldn't mind if she killed the Emperor, but murdering her father would destroy her. He had to get to whatever ledge she was on and talk her down from it.
These things could really use a hand.
The long stairs. So he was close to the rebel base. He was on fire. So far, so good. I don't have to clean up around here, he thought. Everyone in the council chamber was dead. Zenobia stood shivering in the courtyard, drenched in blood. Why? He managed. They started arguing with me. I lost my temper and I wanted their blood. Well, not me. The stone did. Why did you take it from Lupino? I had a plan. You had a stupid plan, she said. I'm going to go kill my father now. No, you can't. You'll just take his place. You'll become worse than him. Get out of my way, or I'll kill you too.
Stop her in the Iblis Stone. Zenobia had the Iblis Stone, now she was strong enough to defeat the Emperor, but the stone would consume her soul. Trying to stop her would likely be fatal. But the feeling she had for him had to mean something, right? He had to try.
You won't kill me, he said. And I won't let you kill the Emperor. Enraged, she raised the sword. You hate him too? He could sense the Iblis Stone, yearning for his death. But she didn't strike. If you kill him, it'll destroy you. I know you. Shut up! She shouted, her sword trembling. I won't lose you again. Not for anything. Get away from me, he said, and he was very close.
I can't lose you again. And he was in reach of her sword now. I hate him! I hate you too! I love you, he said for the very first time. And then she was weeping. He was holding her. The sword had dropped from her hand. He glanced at the Ibla stone. It was no longer the black of the void. It looked like coal. No. It glowed, like a cinder. It was crackling, burning, crumbling into ashes. You've always loved me, haven't you? She said. She was weak. The stone had taken so much from her. Always, he said. She staggered as he helped her up. Let me take you away. Where? The island of Avalon. The sisters will heal you. He'll follow us. Then we need the Farfarer, the fastest ship in the Empire. The Empire had seized his ship. They'd have to take it back.
Okay. Trying to think what's the shortest way, because I'm like so mentally done. I think this way is technically shorter. I think we skip a lot of stuff if we go this way, if I remember
I had a
correctly.
feeling that was the back door to something. But what?
Healing stuff, please. Thank you. Ooh.
And there it was, his beautiful skycraft, the Farfarer. They would fare very far indeed, beyond the Empire, beyond the reach of the Empire, to the mystical island of Avalon. He didn't know exactly where it was, but he knew he could find it. And they would find peace there. Second star on the right, and straight on till morning, laughed Zenobia. And they laughed together for the first time in a long time.
Okay. Good to know you guys have a sense of humor when the rest of the world is dying. And... just destroy the box. It's a box. You can destroy it. I know you can. Goodness. Fuck off. Fuck. I want this game to be over. Fuck off, you dumb birds.
They did not go unnoticed.
True hero, make all the right
Scout
choices.
ships lifted off, and the long lance of the Imperial flagship. Bernardo turned downwind to gain speed. The Raven ships could pursue, but they couldn't close. The Far Speaker croaked, "You return her and live!" "Go sacrifice yourself," yelled Bernardo. "Then you won't have her either." On the flagship, the Emperor was readying some arcane weapon. It couldn't be. It was the core. A devastating beam lanced out of the flagship. Bernardo zigzagged wildly to keep the Farfair out of it. Now the Raven scout ships were closing the distance, and the beam was getting closer too. Then came a blinding flash, and the air was searingly hot all around him. There was a thunderous, deafening roar. He could smell burnt oak and burnt feathers and burnt flesh. But when he could hear and see again, they were alive and unhurt. And they were alone in the sky. Zenobia embraced him. They had done it. Through luck and through love, they had won the war. "Avalon, here we come," he said as he held her arms wide in the prow of the boat and let her feel its speed. "Maybe the real Avalon is wherever we're together," she said. And so, after a bit of an argument, Bernardo and Zenobia went to one of the two Avalons. The one shrouded in mists, or the one in their hearts. But which one they went to, I'll never tell. He'd done it. He'd forged his own destiny. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he knew what he would do. Bernardo smiled at the book. He practically wanted to kiss it. The kid's sacrifice hadn't been in vain. He'd saved the book and saved the world. Bernardo owed him and his mother so much. Bernardo lowered the mainsail and let the Farfarer shoot forward in the breeze. Second star to the right, and straight on till morning. This time, he would win.
Oh my god. Story is the path of Destinies. We're skipping. Because I want to make sure of something before we leave. Congratulations, Hero Path completed. Iblis Stone and Sky Ripper always act. What? What does that mean?
The clouds parted over the Isles of Boreas.
Yeah, no.
It was time to choose. The rebellion was in trouble. Ravens were scouting for the secret rebel base. They needed a game changer.
Pieces of the Sky Ripper had surfaced. Renata knew that using it could go catastrophically wrong,
Oh, really?
but he was sure he could figure out how to use it safely.
Skip this.
Also,
I know there's a way.
temple
It
had
showed
risen
up
out
for a
of empty
second.
desert. The Iblis Stone was hidden there. It was a dangerous artifact. It could corrupt its user into a bloodthirsty monster. Maybe he could find a way to use it, to take its power without surrendering to its wickedness. And also, his old friend Lapino needed rescuing. Of course, Renato had a pretty strong suspicion that Lapino had betrayed the rebellion, and he had a gut feeling that he needed to use that to his advantage.
Hero path completed. Ah, okay. Okay, I'll pick this up another time because I just can't with this game right now. So, thank you all so much for... Actually, can I... No, I can't quit to main menu. Okay, whatever. Thank you all so much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch and you like what you see, please consider following the channel. And if you're watching the VOD on YouTube, please consider commenting, and subscribing. And with all that said and done, I'm now going to head to bed because I'm very exhausted. And I will see all of you guys next time. Be safe, everybody.